And my weekend was pretty good. Very busy. Still doing a whole bunch of wedding prep and everything. How was your weekend? I'm gonna be making some bats today. Uh, Mostly the two galaxy ones. The two galaxy bats are the really ones that I want to finish today. If I can get this purple and this Nova print there. Luna Moon. Someone actually ordered a Luna Moon from me, so I do want to make that one today. But then Nova is my most popular, well-selling bat, so I want to make sure I have as many of those as possible um, for the next coming months, so that I don't have to make extra stuff while I'm still doing like wedding dressmaking and everything. Laugh so much you got a headache. That's the best. Like not the headache part, but the laughing so much that you get the headache. That's great. Okay, let me pull out my bat pieces. Let's see. I've got quite a few of the same pieces. When they start getting old and kind of grungy looking, I cut out new ones. So I have a couple of the same pattern piece there, so I only need one of each of them. Yeah, so like there was my white one that I then turned into a pink one. This one's just a little bit stiffer, so it doesn't bend or wear down as quickly. Same with that one. I won't need that wing. I do need the ears, the toes, the belly, the entire body. I think it's a prerequisite of being a teen that you have to be weird in some way. Like, it doesn't matter how. You have your choice of how to be weird, but every teen has got to have some sort of quirk. I am going to cut my cotton fabric first because I don't actually know how many more bats I have left in this fabric. Ugh, don't like that fold right there. Let's see. The fabric, you get bat ears and the wing. All of these pieces come out of the Minky. Let's see, I can cut one of the wings right there, or one of the ears right there. So I need two wings and one ear for each bat. So if I cut through both layers, I'll be fine on that. But then I basically get double the bat. If I cut through both layers on the bat ears, I get two bats worth for one square. So, let's see here. I'm going to flip this inside out, I think. And some of that is not good. That's not lined up. Okay. Okay. Now I'm on the inside of the fabric, so I'm going to actually draw on this with a pen, which you should not use pen on fabric. It does not come out very well. Uh, but it gives me a nice thin line, and that's kind of what I'm going for right now. I don't want a crazy thick line on this fabric. And because I'm on the inside, and also this is the outside of the seam allowance, I'll be cutting off most of this extra pen marking. So there shouldn't be a lot of pen actually on the actual wing fabric that I sewed together. But if I use a marker here, sometimes that'll bleed through, and I really don't want marker on it. So I think I'm going to prefer the, let's see. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to prefer the pen over marker for this stuff. I do have a marker or pen, both of them, that go away when you put heat on them. And sometimes that's what I'll use, especially on the super light colored fabric, like if I'm doing something white. But for now, I'm just going to use pen. She's got a bunch of your plushies. I'm going to cut these two out before I do any of the other cutting, just because I want them out of the fabric. I am going to cut up all of this fabric for Luna Moon today, and probably going to try and cut up most of the Nova fabric as well, just because I really want to see how many I have. Given that these are my most popular bats, if I can figure out exactly how many I have, I can list that many for sale. Come on, fabric. Oops. Okay. So there's two wings. You're getting Minky. Fantastic. That's awesome. Oops, I missed it. Okay, free the corner there. Okay. So one set of wings with one ear. Cut off these guys. Unfortunately, these are just too small. I cannot use them for anything. Let's see. I'm only going to cut out enough Minky for one bat today, but I do want to try and cut out all of the cotton. I do have a bag in my fabric storage closet that is just pre-cut bat wings. Because I can't always get more of this cotton. It's just whatever the store is selling. But I can get more of the Minky when I run out of that one. So when I'm looking at how many bats I actually have for sale, I only look at the wing fabric, not the Minky colors that go with it. Okay. So I've got those guys there. You know, I've never done diamond painting. How like, how do the diamonds actually stick on things? Like, I've seen people do it where they just have a little tool that like picks things up and then they put them down, but everything like sticks in place, and I have no idea how that works. Oh, are the cameras having issues? Yeah, okay. Of course they are. Let me see what that camera is doing. Hmm. Of course, it's being funky. Okay, let's see. Does that work any better? Maybe? Okay, we'll try that. I think that one was actually my computer didn't like the webcams there. Ugh. Eventually, one of these days, I'll figure out what I'm doing with technology. And of course, it's on the day that I want to get as much done as possible, so of course I have to try and do tech support. I'm gonna try and get at least 4 bats done today. And a bat usually takes me about an hour and a half off stream. I don't know how much on stream. So I'm assuming that all 4 bats will be my entire stream today. Let's see. I've cut out 2 of the wings and 1 of the ears. I can probably get... Well, I can get all the ears I need out of here. see. I can probably get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more sets of wings. And I think I can get, let's see, I need 6, 7 more of those. So 4. Yeah, I think we'll be good. We'll see. It should work. Also, hi, Sunbay. I looked at the pictures that you sent me on Discord of that fabric store. That is amazing. Like those rolls of fabric. Oh my God. That is just lovely. I could go in and touch all of that so easily. Okay, I'm gonna get 6 more, 7 more Luna Moons after the one that I just sold. So that'll be good. Seeing as she's a very popular bat. And I don't think I can get this fabric again, so this might be the end of the Luna Moons. And I'll have to come up with another space bat to replace her with. Let's see. I can't get 2 going that way. Ah, that's annoying. Oops. Cut off a little tiny bit of my pattern piece there. Whoops. Oops. Why didn't you cut through? Okay, so there's 2 ears, 3 ears in total. 4, 5. Those are a bit long. That's okay. 5. This will be 6 and 7. Oop. Did not cut all the way through there. Oh, welcome back. I don't know if you were here then. I looked at the pictures that you sent on Discord. That fabric store is amazing. Like those bolts, fantastic. Seven. So I need 1 more. That's a little bit narrow, so I'm going to cut it out of the top section there. So I'll wait until I get everything else cut out, and then I will take that last bat ear from there. Okay. I do not want to cut through my wings, so let's move them out of the way. That's a 1/4 or a 1/6. Damn. That is amazing. That is more fabric than my local store has in the entire store. Oops, I missed a bit. Let me see. I think I'm gonna free half of these. So I'm gonna just do half and half first. Because that'll be easier to then move the fabric around as I cut them. Ah, missed a bit again. Okay. I have only once shipped fabric samples to someone for a plushie that I was making. And it was just to check the colors because they had a very, very specific, like, 3-color mix that they wanted. And there weren't any, like, custom colors, like, or, like, pre-made colors. I would have had to custom make them. And rather than have me dye the fabric, they just picked 3 that they liked. But the pictures online were not very close to the pictures in person. So what I do is I take a little, like, well, 5 centimeter square of fabric, and I take a couple of those, put them on like a note card, and then mail that out. As long as it's pretty small, it's just a standard mail, so it doesn't cost very much at all. And then they get to see the actual fabric in person that way. But I've only done that once. Most people, when I pick the colors out, I can then take pictures of them side by side so they can see them that way. And just be like, oh yeah, I like those colors together. And usually the pictures online are close enough. Yeah, online pictures can vary, especially like even what computer you're using. Like if I'm looking at a picture of something on my phone versus on my laptop, they are completely different. I also had someone who was like, none of these colors look right. They're all like slightly blue. And then they came back to me like the next day and they were like, oh, I had like night light on my computer. That's why. Or no, it was, they weren't blue, whatever. It was, they were all the wrong color. And it's because they had changed the colors on their computer screen on purpose and then had just forgotten about it. And then normally these little tiny scrappy bits that I have, they just become waste. Like there's nothing I can really do with that. That's just garbage. Right now I am actually saving them. So they're going in a separate little pile because I need to pack something really, really firmly and then iron on top of it. So I don't want any of like my plastic material to be ironed. Um, that would melt it. I want to be able to use like very high temperature on it. So what I'm going to be doing is just taking all these little guys and just squashing them in there to make it as firm as possible. And still you can iron on it because it's cotton, it's a natural fiber. Okay. Yes, yeah, another thing like the Pantone. Yep, so that everybody has the exact same colors. Yep. Okay. There we go. So those are all my Luna Moon bits. And then the next step is going to be cutting bits for, whoops, where's my pen? Pen? Okay. I need one of these because this is going to be the bat that I make today. Everybody else, though, they're going to go into the bag of other bits. Where is that? Right here. So all of my other little bat bits, ones that I haven't cut out the body fabric for, I just put them all in here. That way I have a good count of how many bats I have yet that like I can make from that fabric before I'm out. Once I cut out the entire bodies, then I move the body and that fabric into its own little baggie. And then I actually need to make some of those bats. But for now, is it bad to lie to someone who wants to play Xbox with? Uh, if you can't tell them that no, you're just not feeling it, then yeah, I guess resort to lying. I don't know. I always get really awkward when I have to say things like that. I'm not a very good communicator. Oh god, yeah, this full set of Pantone, like that is like the entire like all the little swatches. That's expensive. It's a lot cheaper for me to just take a small chunk of fabric and mail it to people if they need the colors there. Some people, if they're in the same like in the same country, if they're here in the United States and they have the same stores around you as me, like kind of thing, you can also get the little cards from a hardware store for like what what paint colors are similar. So you can just find one and be like, oh yeah, go to your local hardware store and grab one of these paint chips. It's gonna be close to whatever color there. And that's a lot cheaper too. Not always exact, and you can't always find the right paint color to match the fabric, but it's another option. Oh, kids, they don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, kids with the I don't want to doesn't always work. Okay, so there's my cool fabric for Nova with all the sparkly glitter in the planets. Uh, I don't think I'm going to cut out all of this fabric. I will probably just cut out the smaller one. I only have one more Nova that's pre-made for people to buy, and Nova is by far my most popular bat. Just spice bat. So I'm probably going to just make two out of here, I think. I don't think I can get much more than two out of this fabric. Let me see. Flip you. Let's see. I can get one right there. I can probably get two right here. And then I can get the ears down here. Do I want to do this? No, there's no real cool plants down there. Okay, so I think I'm going to go for Saturn and that moon. I like to try and make it so at least one of Nova's wings has a cool planet on it. Just because that's kind of the cool feature of the fabric is it has the big planets. So it wouldn't make sense to have a bat that completely misses all of that. Like, oh yeah, I can fit that wing right in between every single planet there. That would be terrible. I'm going to do it this way. I can get almost all of Saturn that way then. Yep, I can get most of Saturn. So some of the top of the planet will be kind of cut off by the seam allowance, but that's the majority of the planet on the wing there, so that's pretty cool. And let me see, I can get the majority of that planet and moon. I just want to make sure I don't cut off the tip of the wing. Should be good. Okay. So I'll have two Novas from this fabric. Okay, two of them. And then what can I do interesting with the ears? Not much. Oh, there is a planet down there. So if I put this in the bottom corner, I think I can probably get at least one interesting ear out of that. This one's got like half of a moon. That one is just stars, though. Close enough. Close enough. I'll put the boring ear on the same bat that gets the entire Saturn planet there. Yeah, okay, so someone's gonna get an entire moon on one ear, and then a moon and a bit on the other ear. And then most of a moon and nothing. That little bit will get folded back up because I can get more wings out of there. So that will be for the next Nova bat that I make. Go and go. Let's see, who has interesting wings? Because I'm going to make one of these today. Okay, so that's a boring ear. It definitely has to go with this one. I like the 2 moons along with these guys. Okay, so I'm going to just keep them as is. So this will be one bat. I'm going to make this one today with the full Saturn on it. This one will go into my bag of other bits. Okay, done cutting out those guys. The other 2 bats I'm going to make today are the avocado and the watermelon bats. They've already got their bits made and cut out, so I just need to pull out a full body of them. But I'm going to make one of each of them just so I can take pictures of them. Oh. Yes, I did finish the invitations. That's actually why I did not stream yesterday. I got the invitations all finished up on Saturday, Sunday, and then on Sunday, Monday, I was making the wedding website for like the RSVPs and everything. And that took me longer than I thought it was going to, because I had to enter in everybody's names by hand. And then also group them together in little families. And the list that we were using to write things out was not designed to do that nice and easy. So I spent quite a few hours just searching people's names and grouping them together. Yeah, the other option was I would have had to pay for, like, I could have imported all the names, still would have had to like type them up the right way, but I could have imported them, but I would have had to pay for that option, and I don't want to. So I was like, no, I'm gonna type them in. And then when I got into like halfway through, it was like, maybe I should have just paid for this. This is annoying. Like they did good trying to convince people to pay. Like, damn, this is annoying. But at that point, I was so far in, and I'm super stubborn, so I just kept going. Okay, let's see here. Brushes down this way. This fabric I'm actually going to have to use a silver Sharpie for because this is too dark for any of my regular markers to show up on it. So stinky marker time. Yeah, I say, well, it was a very expensive little thing that you have had to buy, and it was like for a year, and it's like I don't want this for a year. If I'm paying for it, one, I want it forever, even though I'm never going to use it again. And just the principle of the thing, I'm super stubborn, and I don't like subscriptions. And two, like I'm not paying that much just for like to import things. That should be an easy enough thing to do. Like you intentionally removed that feature so that you could charge people for it. That's annoying. I don't like that. So I did not have to pay for it, but it did take me very long time. It was like 2.5 hours of typing people's names in. Let's see, I'm trying to maybe leave the space here. Yeah, I'm not a fan of subscriptions. I like paying for something once and then owning it forever. Yeah, and you have to do it with the credit card as well. Like, if you can't pay for the subscription each month, like, sucks to be you. You can't use the new things. The only time I've liked, I think, a subscription was there was an incredibly expensive. So if you just save up all the things you want to do for like 1 month and then you pay the $6, I got them all done, canceled the subscription, and was like, yeah, fantastic. I won't have to pay again until next year when I get another full pile of things to do. But like that, I think that's the exception. And it's purely because I didn't actually need the thing. I just wanted one feature from it temporarily. So that was nice not having to pay for the entire program, but just the idea that like they did have that subscription model is just like that's still annoying. Ah, my marker. Completely dead. I'm gonna keep it though because that's what I do. I might get some more ink out of it sometime in the future. So am I gonna toss it? Nope. Ugh, these smell. Eh. Yeah, that's the other thing. You have to make sure that you turn off the subscriptions. Otherwise, it's not just the price, it's you just keep paying over and over and over. I like that my credit card has uh this feature where you can create like an online number temporarily to use. So you can still use your credit card, but you're not using the actual number. And then you can set it to be like it only works for X days, and then if it tries to charge you after those days, that number is invalid. So there have been a couple of times where it's like, I just want to use this one, like it's a free trial. I don't want to like pay for it kind of thing. So I'll use the temporary number. It accepts it. And then by the time it's like turning off the free trial thing, that way like I cancel them, but just in case it doesn't cancel and like they try to charge you anyways, because of course they would. That way it doesn't go through. Okay, I have the face, I have the body. I need one of the ears, two of the feet. That is such a stinky marker. Body and the little nose bit. That's probably going to be the best layout there. If I put it down, yeah, it's about the same either way. Although this way, no, because I have to move it further out. So, okay. So it is best to do the body here. And then I'll put the face bit right next to it. Ooh. Stinky, stinky marker. Woohoo! I'm only cutting out one body for Nova right now. I just want to be able to put him back in my store. So I need some pictures of him and then like an actual bat to put in the store. These guys are going to my in-person store, the place that I'm selling in person, that little craft market. Because if somebody buys them online, I can always go and retrieve it from the store and then give it to them. But if it's sitting there in the store, people can buy it in person there as well. So, now this marker is getting a little bit dim. It'd be a lot easier if I just replaced my silver markers when they got like dead. But there's still ink in there. There's still markerness. I can keep using it. It's fine. And then I have to go over each of my lines like 4 or 5 times and squint at them to see at them. There we go. Ears. And I need 2 feet. Oops. Now that they changed the focus to subscriptions, at least it's not crappy anymore. That's true. For most of them, I'd say. There's still some things that are crappy, but because like we want them, they can just give it to us at whatever crappy level and we'll still accept it. Yeah, if there's competition for the product, then yeah, at least the subscription ones are better. If it's the only thing that you've got, like your only option, then they can be whatever they want and charge you monthly for it. It's just super annoying. Okay, there's Bat. That's Nova. Now I traced these as two separate pieces, but I'm actually not going to come apart because I can just fold it in half and stitch the toes together. And that way it's one less line that I cut that turns to fuzz. And I do kind of want to keep my fuzz contained today. I have resin that I poured over the weekend for a couple things, and I really don't want any of my fuzzies hitting it right now. It is not yet completely cured, so probably don't need any fuzzies sticking to it. Still alive. Okay, that's what you aim for. I'm getting rid of that little bit. And the way I'm cutting these is going to be trying to get rid of as much of the silver Sharpie as possible. I don't know if that's even visible, but I'm cutting off the silver Sharpie. I want that to stay on this fabric. That is not like when I trace the pattern pieces, the piece inside of the Sharpie is the actual pattern. If I'm tracing the outside of the Sharpie, all of my pattern pieces are going to get slightly bigger. For something like this, it wouldn't super matter, but just kind of one of those best practice things, like cut inside the lines you draw, not outside of them. Okay, there's my bat. Let me put those guys off to the side. This fabric, I am not going to be folding up right now nicely because that end is still very fuzzy, and I'm trying to keep my fuzzies down. So I'm just going to nicely put this over in my closet with all the fuzzies contained. As many of the fuzzies as possible contained. Yeah, that's also part of the reason I am not working on any of my bigger commissions right now. The stages I'm at with them would involve a lot of fuzzies and a lot of moving bits around. And I do have resin that's like right near them, so I'd rather nothing of their stuff comes out of the bucket, just so that them and the resin can kind of just sit and chill, not being connected. No resin on the plushies, no plushies in the resin. So today is just a bat day. The resin I use, it takes like 24 to 48 hours, so a full 2 days to fully cure. I don't have a pressure pot for my resin. That is something that I would like to get in the future, but I do not have now, which means that I need it to like cure very, very slowly so that any of those air bubbles can kind of work themselves out. I can't. If I had a pressure pot, then I could just like squeeze the bubbles into obscurity so you can't see them. But I don't have a pressure pot, so I have to use a little bit longer and slower resin there. Oh, that one's good. Okay. And then just the faces. Okay, there's Novabat. Yeah, Blowtorch does remove bubbles, but just from the surface. I can't get the ones on the insides of all my molds that way. So I do have fire, and I use fire, but it doesn't get it all. I haven't seen a resin that doesn't make any bubbles at all. I've seen the one that's like less bubbles, but you can still get some if you're just super sloppy and not patient. But no bubbles at all, that would be fantastic. I think technically the resin that I use is like it says no bubbles, but it doesn't. It lies. It does have some bubbles, and then just because of the very slow cure time over time, they do go away. But if you are not careful, if you really like froth it up, those bubbles do stick around, and that's actually why I'm remaking the resin thing that I did last time. Because let's see where to go. I can't find the right one. Ah. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be visible on camera, but I made this little ball. It was almost perfect, except for there was one bubble that got caught in the mold right there, and it just caused issues. So I'm remaking this ball, but this time hopefully without any little bubbles in it. Because the rest of that one turned out just fine. It was just the one big bubble caught in there in the bottom there. I'm going to do the exact same thing as last time where I move it over just enough to put the face in there underneath the wing. Where'd all my weights go? I put them away? I did. I put things away? Why did I put them away? So inconsiderate to myself. Okay, I need to trace the face and then move that over. And this is a lighter colored fabric, so I am going to just pull out my marker this time. Not my stinky silver marker. This time I'm just using my washable markers. My Crayola washables. Oh, the cheap resin was actually better. That's crazy. I think the worst part about working with resin is like waiting until the very end, like it has to harden all the way, and then you pull it out, and then it's like, oh, there's a mistake. That would have been great to know like hours ago. Let me scooch everything over. This is extra long fabric, so it is like touching the floor on the side of my desk there. Whoops. Extra wide. This is really good for like backing baby blankets and such because it's super extra wide, but it's also like troublesome to work with just because it's so hard to then fold up into the same sizes as the rest of my fabric. But my local craft store, my local little fabric store, they do sell some Minkies. And they sold this one in the extra wide. So I like buying from them just to support the local store rather than online if I can. So rather than getting the normal size Minky online, I got some of their super extra long, troublesome Minky. And the owner of the store has actually told me that if I have like specific colors I need, she will order them for me. But it will take like a full month to get them delivered. And I usually, when I need the Minky colors, I need them a little bit quicker than a month. Because, well, for like projects like my big commissions, those ones they can take a month to arrive because I just let people know like that's part of the making time. But things like the little bats or things, when I run out of that fabric, I generally need it within like 2 weeks. So I'm not quite sure if I can order those fabrics from her, but we'll see. Okay, that is all of those pieces. So again, just need the ears and toes. Ears. There's my ears. And toes. Ooh, this was terribly cut. That's not a straight line at all. Okay. Okay, there is no Luna Moon. That one's Luna Moon. So that's all the pattern pieces I need to cut out today. Woohoo! Everybody else is already done. I don't need my marker. I can put that away. Okay. Getting rid of that little triangle. There's so many fuzzums. And then this super, super long Minky. It's also just going to get lightly folded up and put in my closet. It froze! Ah! Why? Why, camera, why? Huh. I don't think that one was actually the camera. I think that was my laptop. Cool. Brand new issues. No. Hmm. Just the camera. Yeah. Weird. Well, that will be, I guess, tech support for later on. I do really want to try and get these plushies made today. Like, that 4 is my goal. If I finish all 4, then I'll just end stream early and, like, stare at things. Try to figure out why it's not working. A little bit. There we go. Me and technology do not get along. Just gotta cheer it up. And it's not like they had, like, they're should be a lot, like, tired from all the work they've been doing. I didn't stream yesterday. All of my cameras, like, the cell phones I'm using, they were actually turned off over the entire weekend, so it's not like they're just sluggish, whatever. Maybe it's they didn't want to be woken up this morning. Okay. Buzzum's under control. Fantastic. Yeah. Cameras just want to sleep. I mean, I feel you. That's a mood. But also, come on, cameras, work. Okay, so I have Nova and his wings, Luna Moon and her wings, and Fuzzies still. And then I'm going to do an avocado bat. So all of the avocado bat's legs are on one, because this is something I did on my embroidery machine. For these two, because I'm just doing the one set of leg, I'm actually going to just do the legs by hand. I prefer to do them on the sewing or on the embroidery machine though, because I can get more legs per fabric. When I do it this way, I have to leave a bigger area around each of the feet just so that I can hold on to the fabric and sew. With this one, I don't have to have that space in between everything. So I prefer to do it on my embroidery machine. It just goes faster and all the legs are perfectly straight. And then I don't use as much fabric. But I don't want to make a set of 8 Luna Moons right now. I just want to make the one. Oh, look at all the fuzzies in here. So legs, wings, ears. Let's see. 2 faces, perfect. A gusset for the nose. Okay, that's everything I need for the face. I have 1 body. And I need a belly. Where's the belly? Belly. That's a head. Belly, there we go. So I could put plastic over some of them, but I don't want the plastic to be like touching the resin on some of them, and it would. I also just sometimes I put like a little lid over top of them. I don't have a lid currently available, and because of having like 6 buckets worth of projects right now rather than 4, everything is kind of squashed in and kind of cramped. So I don't really have space to put a cover over top of them right now, which is part of the reason I was trying to like make them right now, because if I can get those little ball, if that one little ball made, if I can get that made, that is, I can put all of my resin stuff away, because that's the only resin project I currently have going on. So I'm trying to get that one made quickly. But it also involves then I have resin and a whole lot of fabric all sitting around. Oh, I don't think I pulled out an ear for him. Oops. Okay, so I've got to get a avocado ear. I almost got all of his bits. Oh, look at all those fuzzies. Oh, that's even worse. That's even more fuzzies. Okay, I don't think I'm going to use those today. I'm going to use a slightly less fuzzy one. Yeah, I've definitely run out of room, but so I'm not going to be taking on any custom commissions next month at all, because I'll be preparing for my wedding. So I'm going to only be doing small projects like the bats, or bats and like the little narwhals and little things that I make, maybe some more frogs. Small projects, basically things that I can finish within a day. So that if I need to, I can make one of those, but for the most part I'm going to be working on wedding type sewing first and foremost. So I've tried to get as many of my commissions. I want to get them all done like now, so I've kind of crunched 2 months worth of projects into 1 month. So I'm running out of a little bit of space right now, but it's kind of on purpose. Like, this was always the plan. Now I just need to finish up the plan. Like, make all those little guys. Okay, so where are your ear bits? There's an ear. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so now I've got my 4 bats. They're good there. I'm going to, I think, cut out the toes first. Trying to keep all the fuzzies together. Those toes can go away. Itty bitty toes. Yeah, come August, after my wedding, I'm going to be going back to probably no more than 4 projects at a time. That's kind of where I like to have my workload. Not the 6 that I currently have. And then I will have actual space to move things around and work properly. So, yay! Okay. Each of these is going to use a different color thread. I've got either black or dark blue for this one, purple for this one, dark green, and then light green. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work one bat from start to finish, and then I'll come back for the other ones. So otherwise I'd be changing my thread color for each of the bits. Because normally the way I work is if I have like 4 of the same bat, I'll make 4 heads, and then 4 bellies, and then 4 bodies and everything. I haven't really made like holiday specific plushies. I think the closest I've done is I have a couple of Halloween themed bats. Like right now I'm making the space bats and the fruit bat here, the food bats. I will make a Halloween bat that has like spider webs and spiders in his wings, and then like candy corn there. For Christmas, I make a poinsettia out of lace, but that's just something that I sell, like, the pattern for, like, make your own kind of thing. Because I'm now selling an in-person store that has, like, the crafty things, I was kind of considering making some poinsettias purely to sell, like, the actual ones, not the embroidery file. So, that I've done. I made a penguin, but he's not really Christmas themed or anything. And Choli Knight has a pattern for 2 koi that have like a heart on them. I did make one of those, or 2 of those. I made 2 of those just to kind of have something for February. I don't generally do, so right around the holidays, I don't do a lot of uh mostly because I make my own like Christmas gifts for family. So I use a lot of that time for uh for family gifts. And then uh when people order things for Christmas gifts, like I make those, so I'm kind of focused more on just making things that people order or things for my own family members. I don't like make new designs or anything like that, or like specific designs to try and sell for holidays. Okay, so I don't need to pin the body. That's just, I'm going to fold it in half and sew that up. The toes are done. I need to just rip off this paper from them, which should be fairly easy because it's a very small stitch. Yeah, not too bad. Got a little caught in the toes there, but it's good. So these feet are done until the body is attached to the wings. The head, I can't sew that together until I have the ears done. That I don't need to pin. This I don't need to pin. These wings will go onto the belly once it's sewn. So I need to pin the ears first. Ears do get pinned just because Minky likes moving around. So I do pin it onto the backing fabric just to make sure it doesn't go anywhere at all. Also, I do not currently have my chair at my sewing machine because I moved that out when I was working on the RSVP. So let me go grab my chair. Go. Now I can actually sew. Okay, pins. Oh, I've made stockings before for all my family members. I didn't put plushies inside them though. I just embroidered names on them. There are a couple of nieces and nephews in my family though that I could probably make little Christmas like plushies and stockings for. Okay, so I've got the top and the bottom and then the side all stuck together. And it's already off kilter just from pinning it. So I'm going to squish it back into place as I pin this other ear. Please lay flat. Okay. That will be it's mostly flat, that'll be held in place, and then I just start with those inner lines and then move out to the outside lines that aren't, begin where it isn't pinned and then move to the actual pinned place. I can also sew that together and that together. So, let's see if this works. Woo! Let's see, I need my green thread. That'll work. And then I need a green bobbin thread as well. Okay, for the ears, don't pin yourself. For the ears, I'm actually going to be using my clear foot because I'm going to be sewing directly on those lines, so I want to be able to see all the way around them. And pick the stitch. I want it to be 1.5 millimeters and slow. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Ears are done. And then this part, I go back to my 1/4 inch foot. There we go. That's that belly. So now it's kind of got a rounded shape to it. It's no longer just flat. And same with the center back of the head. And give that a little bit of a rounded shape as well. Okay. So there's my belly. The belly then gets attached to the wings. The head back I'm going to set aside. That's going to be once the head bits have their ears in there. I'm going to very carefully cut out my ears. So for most of these lines, I'm cutting around it, not on the line. I sewed on the line. But here down at the bottom, this part of the line, I actually cut on. So that's just where the fabric is supposed to end. That way the ears are both the same size. So and that's just a little modification I made to BZ's pattern to make it a little bit easier on me as I sew. I just added in a couple little registration marks there, so it's just a little bit easier. The actual pattern pieces that she sells, you trace out each ear individually, and then you cut out the ears and then sew them, rather than what I'm doing, which is sew and then cut out, just the reverse order. I'm trying to keep all my fuzzums down. Okay. And if I get the right tools. There's my ear. There's my second ear. And then I'm going to pin the body on, which I need my tiny scissors for. Where'd they go? So I'm connecting two different curves, a convex and a concave curve. So when I'm doing that, I'm basically going to be stretching this one around into the opposite shape. In order to do that, I'm going to add in a couple of tiny little snips just to give that fabric some ease, because it doesn't really want to stretch beyond like a straightish line. And I want it to stretch the complete opposite direction. So I'm going to go through, and this curvy part, I'm just adding a couple of tiny little snips to. That way, when I pull it and I want it to be completely straight, all those little snips open up into the V shape, and I can make it a lot more straight, which will make it just a lot easier to pin in place around the body here. So I'm going to start with the top. Oh, okay, see you when you get back, Sunbae. And then I go to the bottom. And then from there, I can then kind of stretch that around the curve and figure out where it needs to be pinned, just so that there's no lumps and bumps around it. And each of those little sections in between my snips is going to get a pin just to hold it in place where it is. Ice cream plushies? No, I have not. Like a bar of ice cream kind of thing? A cone of ice cream? Okay, there we go. So wings all pinned down in place. For the ears, I need my clips. Because I'll be going through several layers there just to hold them in place, the blue pins that I use will not be strong enough. They will bend. I know that from experience, having bent several pins. So I'm going to just pin these guys in place. And the way they work is there's two different sides of the ears. There's the long straight one, and then there's the curvy one. The curve one goes on the bottom side, not the top of the face. So essentially the ear will open up like that, so that that bottom corner is kind of the earlobe. So I fold it, and then the top flat part should be up on the face. So there's like, if you flip it, like either way, going backwards, the top part needs to be up on the face like that. So just, I've sewn in too many ears backwards. So now I'm just extra careful when I do that, that I'm going to sew in the ear to the right direction. And it gets put right down in the bottom of that slit that I cut there. And lightly pinned right in place. There we go. So many fuzzums, trying to get them directly into the trash can today. Boop. There we go. And going back, okay, that is the right way. Oh, okay, someone talking about ice cream. Yeah, I mean, that's how I get a lot of my ideas. It's just like something like whatever I'm thinking about or doing in day to day, and it's like, oh, I wonder if I could make that into a plushie. So, well, that's how I ended up with the frogs. Because I started streaming, I'm using my iPad, which I normally only use my iPad for, like using it for Squarespace when I go to in-person events. It's kind of like my point of sale system. So I normally only use it for that, but I set it up actually in the corner up there. Oh, did the camera die? The camera died again. Why? Why? Why are we dying? It's just one of those days, huh? This time it's the actual camera. What'd you do? Eventually, I will figure out my technology. Where'd you go? Okay. Technology. Love that shit. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna pay my cameras today. They have not earned their work today. They are not doing well. Terrible employees. I get you written up. Terrible. Terrible camera. Okay. Those guys get sewn together. This gets sewn together. I don't know what I was saying before the camera died, so I'm gonna just go sew. Okay. Uh, yes, cameras are terrible. Very rude. I'm going to start with the body bit here because it just needs to kind of close up. Okay. Beezy's actual pattern has a much more involved, intense bottom here, where she's got like two V's, and you actually sew them together before you do this straight line that I just did. In order to simplify the pattern, I have just kind of changed it, and I do that straight line, and then instead of sewing like the two V's together, I just make one V line across both of them. So it's not exactly the same shape as the rest of the bat patterns that people make, but it does sew up quicker, I found. And really, speed is what I'm going for, because the quicker I sew one of these guys up, the lower I can price it. So that's what I aim for. Okay, so body is done, and yeah, if you can see that, I just kind of made like a little V shape there, rather than doing the two V's ahead of time. So I flip it, and I get a little bottom. So that's the bat butt. Remove that clip before I start sewing. It's just too big, it would get in the way. Time for a pointy stick. Same with that one, just remove that there. And pointy stick to push the fabric through. Actually, I can move these guys over. They can go over on the other side here. Try not to stab myself. There are a lot of pins doing lots of different things in here. Let's see. A plushie cone with scoops of ice cream and then with a face on. Oh, yeah, that's probably been done. I mean, that if somebody else has done all the patterning work, that's even better, because that means you just get to make it without having to go through all the work there. If it's not, that should be fairly easy to pattern up. If you've got like a scoop of ice cream, that's basically you're just making a round shape, but then you'll just flatten out the bottom, and you could put like the little, I don't know, like a little roughly frill along the bottom to make it look like it came out of a scoop. And then you just sew them on top of each other, and then the cone is just to make any sort of a round cone or like the sugar cones, they're just like the triangles down. That's just a bigger triangle sewn together. So you just take a big triangle and then fold around the two sides and sew those together. Yeah, if it's not done, that's something fairly easy to pattern. And the tools. Okay, because now I get to flip my tiny little toes inside out. And this is really where the forceps tools come in handy, because those are tiny little toes. That is not something I would want to try and poke just using my hands. Just itty bitty little toes there. And I pull out the two outside toes, so he's kind of like, rock on! And then I just use the forceps to push that middle toe through. I found that just works best for me, just to get those little toes through. And there we go, there's my little legs. They are going to get pinned in place. They go around the center of the body, one on each side of that original dart that I stitched together. And I use 2 pins to hold them in place, one on each side of the foot, just because when I run over these, I've had in the past where the leg kind of rolls and folds inside. So then instead of having a nice smooth foot, what happens is like all the toes are folded over on each other. And then you have to just pick out all those stitches. And unfortunately, that one I didn't notice until I had sewn everything else down in place as well. So it took a long time to very carefully pick those stitches out, and I ended up having to sew the foot in by hand afterwards. So just to prevent that, I now use 2 pins. There we go. There's some toes. Some itty bitty toes. The body, I normally use a yellow pin for, just because I'm going through so many layers just to line up that front and back. I don't have any yellow pins on my magnetic pin cushion though, so let me go grab a couple of them. There we go. I am so covered in fluff. This is not great. I'm trying to be no fluff today. So there we go. 1 yellow pin right in the center, just so it doesn't flex and bend through all those different layers. Then I go and I do the tips of the wings. I'm not going to worry about between the wings yet. I want to make sure that those tips are aligned, just because those are the most important part of the wing. If they don't line up, nothing else does. So I do the 3 points, and then the top point there. And then on the other side, another 3 points. If you pay rent money for the entire bedroom, you can use it, like, oh, are you sharing a house with someone? Ah, I need an extra room space. Okay. Yeah, I'm incredibly happy that we have currently an apartment where I have an entire room just for my crafting stuff. So, but I did need it if I want to do this full time. So couldn't do the thing where I kept working out like the living room and the kitchen occasionally when I had to put the resin in places. So now I have one room for all the crafty stuff. Whew. And then I'm just going through and adding pins in between. And the in-between one for the bottom section of the wings is kind of close to the body just because I want to make sure that that stays lined up. All the other ones are kind of just centered in between. I do have 3 pins along the edge here, or 2 I guess there. I should probably add 1 more because that's already like bumping up a bit. So the straight line there has got a couple extra pins. Yeah, I can't afford to live alone. Yeah, I feel that. We do have our own apartment now. It is a much higher cost of living place than we were in. But my husband got a new job with a increase in pay. So where we were and what we were making is now equivalent to what we're paying out and making now. So we kind of stayed equal, even though he's making more money. We're still not putting very much away into savings because we're paying more. But it is, we have our own apartment. We're not sharing with anybody else, and I have my own craft room, so I'm happy with where we are right now. Okay, there's my bat. The body's all pinned together. I'm also going to pin the head, well, half the head, because I can sew both of those and then come back over and do the next part together. I kind of try and group everything, like I'm sewing things and then I'm pinning multiple things and then I'm sewing multiple things. So instead of just like sew the or pin the body, sew the body, pin the head, sew the head, I can do pinning on both of them and then sewing on both of them. It's just a little less back and forth there. It's more expensive to buy a house or rent one. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. We were going to look into buying a house. We started looking and then it was like, nope, can't afford that. That's not happening. While it would be nice to own a house, and then like actual have equity, like we're not just paying money out each month, we're actually paying money into something that we own and can sell later on. It is outside of our budget for probably quite a while. It's just getting more expensive and harder to live. House in the UK for the same price as one bedroom. Well, I guess it would depend where in the United States. I have friends who live back where, like, in my hometown where I grew up, and yeah, if we moved back there, we could afford a house, like, easily. But that's not somewhere I want to live. I'm not a fan of the area for multiple reasons. Um, so anywhere that I would want to live, yeah, so much more expensive. But yeah, there are certain places that are much more affordable, um, depending on where you go in the United States. Just because we're such a huge country, there's pretty big variation across. I'm over on the East Coast, the Northeast Coast, and that's one of the more expensive places. There aren't many cheap places around me. Not unless I want to go up and like move into the mountains, which would be very cool. I am not opposed to moving into the mountains, uh, but also there are not many jobs up there. So I could afford a house, but I could not afford to keep the house. Or rather, I could, but not my boyfriend. My the boyfriend I married, my husband. He would not be able to get a job up there, so that would be a little bit tougher. Oh yeah, no shame living with parents and or roommates for however long you need to. Like the world is not what it used to be. Finding homes hard. Okay, I'm gonna go sew up these two guys, then I will come back, flip the body inside out, pin the head, and that will, yeah, so pin the head, and then that second sewing should be the end of the machine sewing for this guy, so I'll set him aside and start on the next one. Yeah. Okay, machine time. Okay. And oh, I am going to bring over my magnetic pin cushion at this point because I have gotten too many pins from everywhere. So let me transfer those guys over. There we go. And I'm just going nice and slow right around the ear because I want to make sure that I catch all the fabric there. There is a fairly big lump of fabric right at the ear spot, so just got to be careful around that. Okay, that looks good. Everything attached. Nice. He is so fuzzy. Okay, let me shake off some of those fuzzies near the ground so that they don't go everywhere. Okay, there's one ear. And now just attach like that to the side of the head. So there's the shape of the ear. And then the body. And pointy stick. Okay. And then I do not run over the yellow pin because that one does not flex away from the needle. Oops. Didn't mean to cut that thread. That pin looks like it was hit before. That was a little bit bent. Okay, there we go. Half the face and the full body. Ugh. The cameras are not being friendly today. Hi, Sheppy! I'm also clipping the inside of the wings. The same way that I clipped the line that connected right there, I'm also clipping the bottoms of the wings. Just anytime there's like that C shape, you should clip it. C for clipping. That way when the wings flip right side out, those little snips will open up into V shapes and you get a better shape to that line. So I'm just going through and adding a couple tiny snips. And I can take off the edge of the tips because they will just be bulky and big as well. There we go. And 2 more snips along the tops. There we go. Okay, there's my body. Let me get my forceps because then I can flip them. Okay, then I just check the feet. I want to make sure that they turned out okay. They did, it looks like. Fantastic. This is a very bright green watermelon bat. I don't think this watermelon was ripe. but that is also the green color that I had on hand in stock, so I could either do that or super dark green, and I already have avocado in dark green, so I didn't want to do two of the exact same color bats. So there we go. There's his little body. And then I need to put together the other half of his head. Where do my pins go? Ah. Okay. Ah. Trying very hard not to stab myself on these little guys. So part of what I've done on this pattern, all of these little marks on the edge of the fabric there, I actually built those into the pattern so that when I am pinning together, I have a mark on one side and a mark on the other that will line up. That way I don't have to worry about if the faces are actually even or if they're like off centered at all, because I've already lined them up beforehand. I just need to find those two little lines and put a pin there. So a little bit of extra work at the beginning, but it saves me a lot of time right now. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so that's the other half of the head. I can sew that together, and the little body here, little headless man, I'm going to be sewing up the wing bits. And right now, the entire body and wings are all one like bag piece. When you sew down the edges of these wings, though, it makes the wings flat, and then you can just stuff just the body there. So there we go. Let me just straighten him out. He looks good. Okay, back to sewing. Did my camera freeze again? It has been a day. So it looks like what's happening on my computer is it just keeps closing the software for the cameras. It's not actually the cameras having the issue. So that's interesting. So today my tech issues are my laptop. That's new and exciting. Okay. Well, we'll see if that works. I don't know why the computer's being moody either, because I restarted that one just last night as well. I shut that down overnight. And I'm not doing anything super fancy on it. Or oh, let me see. What other programs do I have up and running? Because I might not have killed everything when it started up. No. I don't know what it's doing. It's just being angry. It's having issues. It's being angry at me. Okay, for the wings, I don't want. So my machine ties in knots automatically. And that's perfect for when I'm sewing inside. But because I'm sewing on top of the wings here and all of these stitches are going to be visible, I don't actually want it to have a visible knot on the bottom. So I am going to turn that feature off. And then I just have to deal with these extra long strings and make sure that they don't get caught anywhere. So there we go. Okay. Judo did tell me not to update OBS. So I have not done that. Because I want these strings to be long on there. That way I can trim them off and there's no knot. Just makes it look nicer. Trim those threads. Hang on. I'm going to need a pointy stick. Because something about that corner is not working right. Okay, there we go. Now we have a point down the bottom. Okay, last line for this body. Yeah, I'll troubleshoot what's going on with the cameras later tonight. I do really want to get the 4 bats done if I can, though. So as long as the camera is somewhat working, I'm good. Which I can't even double check when I'm sewing because I'm not looking at my laptop at all. I might have missed part of it there. Oh no, I got it. Okay. The fabric folded down just a little bit, so I wanted to make sure that I got the whole thing. There's one more part on this face before it's done. And that is, it needs some eyeballs. Oof. Okay. So there we go. There's my little face. Minus the eyes. So for that, I need my pointy stick. I got some giant eyeballs that work for the frogs, so I've got those now. I forget, I think these ones were the 18 millimeter. So that's like, what, 3/4 of an inch? Or thereabouts. But for the bats, I use my 10 millimeters because they are tiny bats, they need tiny eyes. And 10 millimeters is, I believe, just under a 1/2 inch. 12.5 millimeters is 1/2 inch. So yeah, these guys are just under 1/2 inch. And the eyes just go in just like that. So I also mark where the eyes are supposed to go on the pattern, just so that I don't have to line everything up or like double check, as long as I put all those lines together when I'm sewing it, and then I poke a hole through the where the eye is supposed to go. The eyes usually end up pretty darn straight. Some of them are a little bit wonky sometimes, but they're close enough that I feel comfortable selling them. They're not like super far off. So there's my little bat face. Now he goes back inside out, and that final little line that I drew down there gets sewn together. Oops, ears on the wrong side of the line. There we go. Don't want to stitch his ears down into his mouth. That would not be great. Not an ideal look. Okay. And this is going to be real quick, so I'm not even going to bother changing the camera around. Just tiny sewing. Okay. And then his head can flip. And there he is. There's my little watermelon guy. Well, not completely done. There's a bunch that I still need to do to, like, I need to stuff his body, and then I need to stuff his head, sew his head on, and then make his ears go up so that they're actually, like, open like bat ears are, instead of just kind of folded sideways. But that is all the hand sewing. So the machine bits of him are done. I'm going to set him aside, get rid of some of these fuzzies, hopefully. And put the eyeballs in the back corner. They don't need to be seen. So, there we go. Little guy can sit right there. And I'm going to go on to the next bat. I'm going to do Luna Moon here because this one is actually, someone purchased this one. So, of all the bats, I really want to get Luna Moon done. I just felt like starting with him because he's such a bright, happy color. So, Luna Moon's next. And I'm going to need to do a couple different pin bits here. I am sewing the feet by hand, not doing them on my embroidery machine. If I was doing more than one Luna Moon, I would probably put them on my embroidery machine, but I am not. So I'm just doing the one right now. Whoop, I'll be right back. Just a second. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to need more pins than that for the feet. Maybe I want one on the outside here. Just to keep those guys together. Yeah, those feet should be good. And then I do not need little green fuzzies on Luna Moon. That does not fit with her color scheme. This is the hardest piece to pin. It just does not like staying where it should. I'll try that. And then I've yet to find a perfect way to actually pin these ears down in place. Okay, let's try that. Ow, stab! Okay, and then the body. The body will get sewn together right now, but it doesn't have to be pinned in place because I'm just folding it in half. Same with the head gusset. I'm just going to cut out those little bits that I don't need, and then that gets folded and sewn in half. The head I can trim. I can cut that little slot for the ears, but I can't do anything more with the head until those ears are actually sewn. The body I can sew together. And that doesn't need to be pinned either. These wings don't get pinned in place until after the body is sewn. So that should be good. I get to take these 5 bits over, 5 bits over. And let's see. Yeah, I'll need my pins over there. And instead of my green thread, now I get to go to my purple thread. Just realized my stream says I'm making Cult of the Lamb, but I'm not. I'm making bats. We're doing some bats. No Cult of the Lamb today. I do still have one Cult of the Lamb to finish, but that will be a later project after the resin is cured. Because that one I definitely get a lot of fluffies flying around for. Purple thread. This is my only purple thread, so it's got to be close enough. And I do have purple. Okay. Little gusset is done. The belly is done, with a couple of green fuzzies there. Oh, no worries. Welcome back. I don't want the 1/4 inch foot. I want to go back to my clear plastic foot. There we go, so I can see where I'm stitching. And I might actually remove that pin and put it off to the side. There we go. Oh, I got caught up in conversation. That is absolutely okay. I do not have an attendance policy on my streams. Okay. There's my feet. Done, but not as nice as if my embroidery machine did it. That center toe has a couple of issues there. But oops, oh well, close enough. It would not be feasible to set up my entire embroidery machine for just 2 little feet like that. Okay, there's all my bits. Ugh. Okay, little ear there. A little ear there. Those are ready to be sewn into the head bit. The center gusset for the head is done until the ears are in. The belly needs the wings attached to it, so I'm going to snip those ones in so that they will attach to the belly. And they just go like that, right like there. The back here is done for now. I could pin the little feet in place on it, but I can't sew that together until the belly is done. So I can flip my little feet and set them aside. That's just trash there. Well, I am glad that I can be an inspiration. I do like making plushies, so I'm glad other people like watching me as well. I would be doing it regardless, but it's kind of cool that other people are also interested in what I'm doing. Especially with these little guys, because I tend to think that these guys are fairly boring to make. Like, I really like making the big custom guys. So when I do the little bats, it's just like, yeah, it's the same thing over and over, little bats. So I don't think these are my most riveting content. There's my tiny little toes. Tiny little bat toes. Let me punch that one out just a little bit further. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see the difference, but the bat toes on the green guy were made. Here, I'll just put it right on top. The bat toes on the green one were made on my embroidery machine. The bat toes on the purple one I just stitched together. So there's a little bit of a difference in the shape of those toes, and that's why I prefer to let my embroidery machine do it, because he's a lot better at sewing bat toes than I am. Okay, let's get rid of those fuzzums right into the trash can there. Okay, there we go. Those will go with the body. Once I have the wings attached to the belly, the body can be put together. These ears can be flipped the right way out. And then I need to flip over the little faces, so I'm looking at the right sides of them. Change up that seam there. Okay. That looks good there. Ear gets folded in half, and it points to the back of the head. Whoop. And then immediately squirms around and is not in the right spot again. Okay. I got this. We're good. There we go. And whoop. That one slid too. Purple fabric must just be slippery there. Okay, so those two are ready to sew. This is held apart, that's held apart. Okay, body onto the wings. I need my pins for that. Pins are over my machine. Ah! Okay. Oh, okay. Enjoy your lurking and good luck with the work. Okay, so I've got those there, and then I can go and kind of smoosh the wing back up against the edge. Ba-doop. 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 And one more there just to keep it in place. That line's pretty well pinned already, but just to be certain, I'm going to put one extra right in there. So that's a pretty good spread around the edge there. And more there. Okay, and then squish that edge into alignment with the Minky. Okay, wings are pinned in place. Head is clipped, so I can go take care of both of them. And yep, that's all I can do right now. So those 3 bits right there. Oh, wait, I want to put that back on for just a second because I'm not ready to sew yet. I've got the wrong foot on my machine. 1/4 inch foot. And there we go. Nice little ear. Go. And then time for the stabby bit. Oh. Oh, I lost a pin. Hang on, where'd you go? Got attacked by a pin. I think I lost another pin somewhere, so that's gonna have to be something I search for with a magnet. There's my belly, which I can now attach my little toes to. And again, they get 2 pins, one on each side of the foot, just to really make sure that they stay in place. There we go, and welcome back. There we go. I got my little feet in place, my little toes. Tiny, tiny toes. Then I can put the entire body onto that. That is what I do the yellow pin, because it won't bend. So I can stab with impunity. There we go. And then again, I go around all of the points first. And more points. Okay, then I can go and I can add my pins between. I think I might actually add tool pins to this section because it's not laying perfectly smooth. So I want to make sure that it just stays where it's supposed to. This one just needs one. There's one. This section will probably end up with 3 just because it's so long. Even though the shapes are the same and normally this isn't somewhere that I would pin, because I'm doing the cotton and the minky hates lining up with cotton. So I'm going to just make sure that it's extra pinned in place so that I don't have to realign it as I sew continuously. If it was 2 bits of minky with that same curve, I probably would not have pinned it though. That one's not lining up nicely either. Let me see. This one might end up with 4 pins. No, actually, that's good. Okay. So it's just that top section that didn't like lining up. The bottom section only needs the 1 pin. And then this one ends up right there. 1 more pin in there. And I think I'm going to move my yellow pin. Nope, actually, it's pretty good. Okay. I thought my yellow pin was, the bottom layer of fabric was a little bit too far back, just because it wasn't lining up at either point. But that is actually aligned perfectly, so I'm not sure why it was fighting me so much. Anyways, it's all pinned together there, so that's good. Don't know who that number is, so I'm not answering that call. I would be a very messy person. If I didn't like, so I'm naturally a very messy person. I do not clean up very much. I have like piles of shit that I leave everywhere. But I know that's who I am, and I know that it makes it really hard for me to function like that. Like, it stresses me out to be messy. So I've kind of mitigated a lot of that. Like, my bucket system. All of the different projects I have are in different buckets, but then I also have like 2 or 3 different buckets around the house itself, so that when I'm done using something, I'm not going to put it away. I know that I'm not going to put it away. But if I dump it into the bucket, the next time I've lost it, I know that it's in a bucket. So I just have to go and search my buckets for it. So whenever I don't have something, I just dump it in a bucket. Like, it's somewhere in one of my buckets. I have to go and find which one it's in. But that means that my mess is mostly contained to different like containers. and because it's not like it's not a pile on the table, it's a pile in a basket somewhere. That basket can be moved around and moved out of the way. Yes, my buckets. So I contain my messiness, because if I don't, it makes me really stressed out, and then when I get stressed out, I kind of shut down. So I don't solve the problem, I just avoid it. And I know I do that, and I know it's not great. So to kind of counter that, I put my mess in easy movable locations. So I like have my shit buckets everywhere, and it's everything. It's whatever I didn't take care of and I know I'm not going to take care of. I just put it in there, and then I deal with it later when I'm feeling in a mood to actually take care of things. And then, like, if I've got a pile of all my stuff on the table, but I need the table to eat, like, I need space, you just pick up everything and move it out of the way. And then when you're done and you need wherever, like, if you put it on a chair somewhere, you just pick it up off the chair and put it back on the table, but it's all contained in that bucket there. So that's that was my, because I know I'm a messy person. I'm never gonna be a clean, like, organized person. So that was kind of my way of tricking my brain into be organized. I pile things. Ah, did my camera die again? It did. Again on my laptop. Weird. Why are you doing this? Oh, just everything died. Okay. Okay. Maybe? Maybe? No? Okay. We're thinking. Today's problem is definitely my laptop. This is a laptop issue day. I don't know why, but it's having issues. I don't think I was mean to it. I was being nice and friendly to my laptop. It shouldn't have any sort of issues here. I like my laptop. My laptop and me should be friends. Okay, let's see if that all works. Ugh. Yeah, and it says it's dropping frames like crazy. No, you're not. You aren't even getting all your frames. You ah, terrible technology. Come on. I'll do one more line across that ear section. There we go. I think it's definitely my laptop. The only antivirus I have is Windows Defender. And I need my pointy stick. Okay. The only things I have open on my computer are the OBS, Spotify, the iRune app for my cameras, which keeps shutting down for some reason. That just keeps closing. And I'm not sure why. That's something new. But that's why the cameras aren't working today. Because I think that just keeps shutting down, and I have to go and open it up again. And then the cameras work. But I also didn't do anything new to that since the last stream. It's not like I updated it or downloaded anything new. Literally nothing has changed since Thursday. Oh yeah, my level of technology and like troubleshooting is I know to Google things before declaring it's completely worthless and like broken. Like Google your problem, and I can usually find an answer that way. But that's about the level of my like troubleshooting and technology ability. Last time I restarted was last night. I generally shut my laptop down every night, just because then the light from the screen doesn't bother me. So I shut it down on a regular basis. If not every night, some nights I hibernate it, like just put it to sleep and close it, but most nights I shut it down completely. Getting rid of that yellow pen. Actually, let me stick that over on a magnet bowl. When was the last time I cleaned it? Never. I don't even know how to get to that part. It's not like my old one where I could like take the frame apart. This one is just kind of not user friendly, I guess. I got it during the pandemic, so I think 2020. Because I broke the screen on my old one by closing it when there was a pen inside of it. So I took it in to get repaired because they I had the warranty whatever on it to have it repaired, and they were like, no, Microsoft doesn't do repairs on this one. We'll just let you buy a new one. So I think, yeah, 2020 is when I got it. I have no idea how to clean it out though. Like my other laptops, I could take like screws out of it and then like take bits off. This one, I have no idea how to do that. Yeah, my laptop does hang out in a very, very fuzzy room. That's another reason. After August, I am kind of looking into getting a different computer for like just being in my craft room here. Like a desktop kind of thing that just stays on my desk instead of my laptop that moves around with me wherever I go. But I can't do that until after wedding and we reassess where our finances are. Because I'm dropping a lot of money on the wedding here. So we can't spend anything right now. Thermal throttle, did it just slow down because it's too warm? Is that what that means? There we go. There's Luna Moon's body. Oh, it literally slows itself down to prevent it from cooking itself. Okay. Is there a way for me to check if that's actually what it's doing? Like, does that show up in the control delete menu? I don't know what that's called. Okay, second part of the face. Put your hand over the keyboard, see how hot it is. Not at all. The keyboard's fine. The back of my laptop screen is fairly warm. That it's been doing since I got it, though. I'm not sure if that's a specific to today issue. That's just a in general issue. I don't hear the fan at all. Oh, just like an ice pack or something? Like, uh, just something frozen? Because I could try that. Or something like, just raise it up so there's airflow. It's on like a mesh thing where it's raised above the desk already. So it's a what like 5 centimeters up off of the desk right now. Yeah, okay. That's just one of the things. Uh, Windows is messed up. I mean, that's totally possible. Let me get rid of my fuzzums. There's not too much actually on the hard drive. Um, Mostly there's I don't have a lot of programs, no big games or anything like that. And then most of my files and videos and everything that like takes up space, other than a couple of programs, that's all on an external hard drive. I don't generally save or put big things on my laptop because I have had so many laptops that just die. Um, I had I had a laptop that died during the finals week of my freshman year, my first year in university, and all of my papers and all of my research projects and everything were on that laptop, and I lost it all during like the final week when everything was due. So I don't generally store things on my laptop. That was just the first time I lost everything. It's happened like 3 or 4 other times since then. So everything that is like important that I can't reinstall later is on an external hard drive. So I've got like OBS, I've got Microsoft Word and Microsoft Publisher. I've got my embroidery program, which is the biggest thing I have. And then I have Paint Tool Sai and Clip Studio Paint, wherever that one's called now. But that's, I think, about it. Yeah. I think it's a laptop that was not meant for intense things. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, when Mr. Moose is home over the weekend, have him do some stuff just so he knows he knows what's going on better than I do. Yeah, so Judo and Mr. Moose there. Yeah. Just enough to to test and everything. Just be like, look what's happening, help. Just enough for all the issues to crop up. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back and sew these guys again. Because I'm almost done with this. Okay. There's the head. There we go. Little head minus the eyes. I'm gonna go finish the body and then I'll come back over to that. Okay. And this is where I don't want it to tie the little knot. So give me my thread. So I just pull out my two tail threads there. Okay, one wing. Now I can do the side of the body. Let's see. I'm gonna do the wing and then go back and sew the other side of the body. Just in case I need to scooch any fabric around. And get those threads out of the way. Okay. Oh, tiny little thread. Come on. Get out of the way. I don't want to stitch over my tiny threads. There we go. Okay. Ooh, Judo's sub completely bricked. Ooh. Oh, I think I remember when that happened. Yeah, they had mentioned something in the Discord about like being back up and running afterwards. Like something had gone wrong, but it was fixed. If that's what that was, that ooh, okay. I didn't know how big of a problem it was. Yeah, I've basically tried to make it so that if my computer dies or if it needs to be reset, I can do that on a moment's notice because all of my important things are saved on an external. Actually, I've got a couple of external. One external that just kind of I back up every few months and then it just sits there. And then one that I actually carry around with me, and that's all of my like working files and everything. So the only things that are on my laptop are the programs that I run continuously. Like mainly my embroidery program. I didn't really have any games or anything. So there's nothing big or irreplaceable on my laptop because I've had too many computers die that I want to try and prevent that from ever happening again. I cannot find the hole I made. There it is. Okay. Ooh. Formatting everything. Yeah, it's not fun. I guess the only thing that I have on my computer itself, not on an external, is the like all the little pictures, like the bat and everything, and like the words that they're in the little description of what I'm doing today. Those things are in a file on the desktop. They're not backed up. So I guess I'd lose a couple of those little guys. Um, but everything else, I just preventative already put somewhere else. Now, if I lose my external, like if my external craps out and dies, then I will lose the last couple of months of things that I've made because I haven't backed that one up since I think February, the end of February. So if my little external dies, I lose a lot of pictures and things that I have taken of plushies that I haven't put anywhere else. So I should probably back that one up. It's just a pain because I have to go pull out the other one. And yeah, I'm lazy. Okay, let me go sew up this little head, and then Luna Moon is mostly done. Well, I'll have to do the hand sewing, but machine sewing will be done as soon as that little bottom of the mouth is done. That little the face bit. Oh, I don't have like a notification or anything that you take screenshots. If you want to take screenshots of what I'm doing, that is fine. Like picture. Okay, let me go sew up that little facey bit. Not going to bother changing the camera for that one because I'm going to come right back over and start up the next bat afterwards. Okay, so that was the end of the purple. I think I'm going to do the avocado bat next. Because I already have pictures of Nova, so if I give up before finishing Nova today, that's fine. I can at least put avocado bat for sale. So there we go. Avocado bats next. My phone, I don't have an iPhone. I've got a Android. And if you take your hand and you just the full hand swipe across the screen, it takes a screenshot. But that's also how, like, if there's dust or dirt or fuzzies on my screen, I go like that to wipe it off. So I have so many screenshots of just like the apps on the front page because it's like, oh, there's my phone's dirty. Whoops, screenshot. Okay, there is Luna Moon. She's looking pretty. Kind of flat, but that's okay. She's looking fine. If two backups, you only have one. Yes. I get that. Yeah, that's why I've got my external that carries everything, and that's just kind of like my day to day, all of my stuff. But then I have the other external that one is like I think that one's like 5 terabytes, and it's just a backup of everything from like high school till now. So 20 years of everything I've done on the computer. It's not organized. Like that is literally I just take everything and I dump it on there, so I have it. So if my actual external dies or if my laptop dies, I can get my stuff back. It's gonna be hell. I'm not going to enjoy finding everything, but I have everything dumped there, so I can get it. That's the only that external is the only backup I have though. Like I know people have said that you're supposed to like save things in the cloud and on an external and like on the second external or something like that. I don't have things really in the cloud anywhere because I don't like that. Um like save your photos on Facebook or Google Drive or things like that. It's like yeah, but like I, I don't like doing that. My Google Drive is basically just other things that I've saved from other people, like in their cloud. I then transfer onto mine to save a copy of. I don't like putting my own stuff up there. I feel like I lose some form of control over it. Oh, I don't have a safe in a bank. I don't even know how I'd go about getting something like that. My current my backup external is in a fireproof safe at least. So it's at least locked up, and if there's like a fire or something, theoretically it should survive the house burning down. Um, that's all I've gotten. I'm not sure how I'd get something at a bank or at a parent. My nearest relative is my parents, and that is an 8-hour drive by car. So that is not really something I can do. Oh no, wait, my sister might be closer. No, because in order to get to my sister, I practically have to drive up into Canada and then back down. Like I hit the northern border of the United States in order to get to my sister. Um, so my parents would probably be the closest, and that's still 8 hours. So can't really store it at family. We also moved away from all of friends, so I can't drop something off with them. Moved to a totally different state. So we're about 4 hours away from closest friend now. Fire safe is good? Yeah, okay. But that's also the reason I don't back it up nearly as often as I could, because like it's in a giant fucking safe that is super heavy to move around and like locked up and just and it's out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. So I forget that it's there, that I need to back things up. I need to put an alert in my phone like every few months to just be like, hey, go do this shit. Because I do a lot of stuff on my computer like that. While my job is these guys, I need photos of these guys. That is true. I could ship it there. That would probably be a lot less expensive as well in terms of like gas price to get there. And I mean my entire external, like this is the entirety of my files here. So I could probably get something like this and send it on. My other external is much bigger. But yeah. Ah, cameras died again. What are you doing, cameras? Why? Ah, let's try that again then. It's been gone for a while. Okay. Ah, it just hates me. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay. Yeah. So that's my external. That is something I could easily mail. That's not super huge. So maybe what I will do is after Avocado Bat here, I will just end stream before I make Nova. Just because like I'm gonna strangle my laptop. That'll give me, maybe I can like restart my computer and just troubleshoot what's going on. Especially because to date the cameras are behaving. It's my laptop that is causing the issues today. Where like just the thing is closing. I'm not sure why that is happening. Like literally this morning, I started up my laptop, shut down Discord because it auto starts, so I shut that down. I opened up Firefox, and then I opened up the webcam app, the OBS streaming thing, and Spotify. And then I started streaming. So I don't think I'm doing anything super intense on it. Like, it should not be having problems. It should not be crashing like it is. I think it's just gone on strike. So it's done for today. It doesn't want to work. I can't do the face until I have the ears. The little toes are done. I can sew the body. I can sew this. I can sew this. So I can get these 4 little guys there. 3,000 USD. Yeah, nope, I can't do that. Yeah, that's expensive. That's more expensive than my giant ass embroidery machine here. Okay. I need to find a thread color for this. Hmm. So I have a dark green fabric, and I only have a medium green or a blue green thread. I don't actually have dark green. Well, that's a problem. Uh, let's see. I also have a olive green, but that's not better. That just looks yellow. I think for the seams, I'm going to use the blue, but I probably won't do the top stitching on him. Oh, so I can't finish him today. Okay, so I'm gonna have to send Mr. Moose to go shopping for me on his way home from work, or when he gets home, I'm gonna steal his car. Because I need a dark green thread, and I don't have one at all. I don't even have anything similar. I've got 4 different greens. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 different greens, and none of them are dark. Ah, what am I doing here? What? I should not be allowed to buy thread. 6 different greens, and not a single one of them is a dark green. Ah. Well, since I don't have any dark green either, I need to fill a bobbin, so I'm going to be filling it with this blue-green. Blue-green it is. That's too much thread. Okay. I'll start with these little guys. And this little guy. No, body. Body first. Because I'm going to have to change out the foot when I get over to these guys. So I'm doing everything with my 1/4 inch foot first. Don't eat the fabric. Oh my gosh. Where's my pointy stick? I did not do that first line very well, so I'm going to go over it one more time. There we go. No, I can't see my line that very well. I said I was going to change the foot, and I did not. Fine for the straight lines, not fine for any of the little curves. So let's try that. Okay. Okay, one more ear. Those. The mini server backup, the automatically save stuff. Extra. Yeah, okay, for that price, it better be. No, I like my little externals. They were just like I think the big one that I got, the I think it's either 5 or 10 terabytes. It's huge. But that one I got a while ago, and I think that one was a couple $100 American. It's less expensive now. The price has definitely gone down. I do know that. And the one that I use for daily use is, I think, a terabyte, and I think that one cost me like $80 or something like that. So definitely under 3,000. That is expensive. Okay, there's my 2 ears. There's my belly. There's that. Okay, so the wings I can clip. 210 terabytes. We'll just download the whole internet at that point. Damn. That is for people with serious stuff to back up. Mostly what I have is just drawings of my fan trolls from Homestuck and pictures of the things I make. I don't think I have anything that's super intense. I still have all my homework and all my assignments from college. But that's just kind of because I'm not going to delete it. I spent a lot of time and a lot of money on that degree. So I'm keeping my papers. Yeah, that is, yeah, for serious people. Not me and my fan trolls. $210 of bats. That's what I do. I'll take some like extremely very, very long and very high def videos of all my bats. Days worth of videos. I'll start filling it up that way. Just a close up of every single bat. Just ooh, every last inch. Yeah, that's a lot of space. Damn. Okay, there's a foot. Tiny foot. I mean, right now, the only cameras I really have are the ones that are currently in use. And I can't really afford to get a much better camera right now, so it's gotta be a lot of videos. I'd have to get something incredibly intense. One of those like high speed cameras that they use to like blow things up and make it look cool. I mean, there are other purposes as well, but like the super high speed camera of just my bats, showing off the bats. Thousands of frames per second of bats. I'm sure that's a good use of the technology. Yes, movie like Hollywood level movie cameras for my plushies. Ah, stab myself. Okay, let me stretch that out a little bit better. Hmm. I don't want any wrinkles in this guy. And I think, so when I do the top stitching on the wings, I like to pick the color that matches. So like on Luna Moon here, these stitches that make the wing, those are purple, just so it kind of matches her body. And then over here on the unnamed watermelon bat, those stitches are green to match the body. I could have done red as well, but that would have involved changing a thread color, and I'm lazy. So I just did green on that one, but it still matches with like the body there. So I could, on this one, do like a white stitch across the wings. But then on the other side, that back side, I still need another color. And I don't really want to do white against dark green. And I don't have a dark green. So if I do that blue color, that dark green blue, I think it'll still show up. So I don't think I'm going to... I really want to do that top stitching and finish the back today. Let me text my husband and see if he is capable of going and shopping and getting me a piece of a bit of thread on his way home, so that I don't have to take the car and drive all the way to the craft store for $2 worth of thread. Okay. We're going to see what he says. Because if he can pick up thread on his way home, that's fantastic. He goes right past a craft store as he's driving normally. Otherwise, I have to decide if I want to do the blue-green thread on the back and white on the front. I really don't like that idea, though. The blue-green in the back there. Ugh. Oh, I didn't change my camera back, did I? Oops. Okay. I'm gonna move that a little bit. I might have to take some of the pins out of this wing and redo them. It doesn't quite look... Yeah, I've got too much green fabric here and not enough of the white. So I'm going to move some of that green fabric down, just kind of squish it and even it all out. Just going to move some of that down to the other end. Petabytes? That... Damn. Are they doing like really, really high like quality videos? Or just a lot of them? Because that is so much storage space. I don't think I could ever fill that up. On movie camera, okay. So yeah, they're doing like super professional level shit. Damn. Let me flip the faces over. They've got their like movie level cameras. Meanwhile, I have 3 old phones. That goes right here. Actually, 2 old phones and 1 new phone. Because I went out and I bought an extra phone for this camera. The biggest tech channel on YouTube? I wouldn't know him. Damn. Nope. Generally the only people that I watch on YouTube are the people who sew and make funny little like costume type videos. So that, yeah, like clothing and costumes from sewing from scratch. And Destiny, the game. I watch the videos about the gameplay and the lore and shit there. I get weird recommendations based on that. Like the old-fashioned sewing, corsets, shit like that. And also a science fiction first-person shooter video game. $6,000 videos? Damn. How long have they been making videos? Like years? Or do they just put something out like every single day, morning, noon, and night? Because that's crazy. I'm going to sew the head and the little body bits now. So, where'd I put my phone? Scooch over to the other side. And, whoop. Okay, husband has texted me back, but I have to actually read it. This is a long text. What the? Okay. I shall read that text later. I need you to get me some dark green thread, please. Hell yeah. Husband's gonna get me some thread. So I won't finish the wings on this guy. I'm gonna wait uh, until I have the dark green thread to actually do those top stitches down there. Like make the wings actually together. So fantastic. I can at least finish that today, but not for a few hours. That's okay. Okay, 2 sides are done there. belly time. That's a very sharp, dangerous looking needle. There we go. Yep, that looks good. Okay. 2008, 2009 start. Huh. That's an interesting progression. The store doesn't even exist. Huh. That's awesome that like the the progression from like having a store with a small channel to just like that's what he does now. That's cool. Okay. Those there. Let me grab my phone again for just a second. Oh, did we freeze? We did freeze. Ah. Very confused as to why this keeps crashing. It's not even telling me anything. It's just, it's gone. It was even just a side channel. That's crazy. That's really cool. Dude just loves technology so much he had to share it with the rest of the internet, and the internet was like, yes, please. Amazing. That is a lot of power. Yeah, if you have that many people who are watching and listening and trusting what you say, that's crazy. Company that made smart light switches. Wow. Were they just making like a bad product? Were they not working? With no way to fix it. Ooh. That's crazy. This guy was just like, yeah, like bad switches. And then everybody knew. Huh. See, I think that'd be very helpful too. Like me, I don't know anything about technology other than like how to use my laptop. So if there was somebody out there like telling me like yes, this is good, this is bad, like that's incredibly useful information. That's probably how we got so many people. Just because like yeah, I don't understand what makes stuff good and bad. So if somebody else is there to help me with that, I would super appreciate that guy. A Minecraft sheep head keyring. Just a square sheep. Ah, there you go. Oh. So the company was like probably banking on people just getting one Switch and being good with it. For you to say they're not allowed to share the program that would fix it? Damn! That's evil! Wow. We have a solution, but we're not giving it to you. Damn. Yeah, that deserves getting called out. Oh, yeah, spend more money to maybe fix it. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what I want to do. Yeah, okay, thank you. Because that's really interesting. Okay, half that guy there, half that one there. I can sew this body together, but then I'm not going to do the top stitching on it because Mr. Moose is going to get me some dark green thread, which, oh, I need to take a picture of this because I want to send him about this color. Get me something about this color. Well, that's not very good. Ugh, camera. Camera, that is not the right color green at all. Come on. There we go. Text to him. He also he built PCs and tested peripherals for the bang for the buck. Okay. And then everybody wants them because he's good at what he does. Huh. That's really cool. Yeah, I'll watch that. Maybe not tonight because I'm gonna be sewing up bats. Maybe tomorrow. Depends on how quickly I get the bats made, I guess. And what husband's plans are for the evening. Oh, what are we having for dinner? That is a good question. Ah, okay. I'm making dinner tonight. Okay, let me go sew up these guys. Move that guy out of the way. Okay, body is outlined. Never the face. Oh, it's a video I can just listen to? Okay, if it's a video that I can listen to, I can do that while I am sewing. If it's something that I have to watch and I'm sewing, I always say, oh yeah, I'm going to be fine on this. I'm going to be able to like sew and watch, and I'll just look up every once in a while. And then I end up watching entirely while just holding the needle in my hand, and I don't actually sew at all. That's there. I can pull out all these little guys. Actually, I'm going to just pin up this one real quick because I'm going to go sew that, and then I'll come back and pull everything out. So, pin real quick, sew, and then I'll come back to and make this the main camera again. Oh, perfect. Yeah, if it's audio only kind of a thing, where you don't actually have to look at what is on the screen, that I can do in the evenings while I hand sew everything. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up this bat, like pin him, stitch his face up, and then I will be done for today, I think. I don't think I'm gonna make the Nova bat. Not today. Um I'll probably save that till tomorrow or the day after. I'll get the three bats done today. Am I streaming tomorrow? Yes, I should be streaming tomorrow unless something goes very, very wrong. I'll be here tomorrow, and my goal is to hopefully work on something that isn't the bats. So hopefully I can do. Uh, yeah. Have a good time, Sunbay, and thanks for the work. Yeah, I should be around tomorrow. I'm going to probably stuff these guys and sew them up this evening, just so I have them and I can take pictures of them. This one I need to mail out because somebody actually bought this one, but this one is just going to go to the in-person store, the craft store where I sell the things, along with the avocado bat that I'm making here. There is still a Nova, the dark blue with the space wings. There's still one of these in the store right now. So it's not like I have run out of them and I need to replace it. It's just that's my favorite, like my most popular bat. So a lot of people like that one, and I want to have a couple extra just in case. Shark Pokey Stick, where'd you go? So I probably won't finish that one up tonight. And tomorrow I'm thinking I'm gonna try and do more of the big plushies that like my commission plushies. To get those guys done. But we will see what the plan is for tomorrow. I might work more on Lan's hair or the robot plushie. But right now, I've been having an issue. Well, I've got a bad shoulder. It's broken. It just bad shoulder genes. And it's been hurting a little bit more these past couple of days. And it's hurting today too. So I think after I finish, like once I get the avocado bat to this point, I might be done for the day. Just because I want to go lay down on the floor because that makes my shoulder feel better. If I can squash my shoulder blade, it helps. But I can't really make stuffed animals while I'm laying flat on the floor. Like that would not be very interesting content. You guys would not be able to see what I was doing at all. So I need to go squash my shoulder to make it feel a little bit better. So I will probably end after this bat. And then I'll just finish up the three of them after I'm done streaming. And then come back tomorrow with another big plushie. Maybe I'll work more on the robot, which I'm not pulling out today because all of his fluffy stuff is right over top of where my resin is. So I don't want the fluffies moving around in that area. Okay, let me go sew up the face, and then I'll come back with that. Okay. So there we go. There's my little face. Let me take out all the pins here. And then I'm going to do all my little clips and snips here. I don't need the end of that wing because it's just going to get tucked up into the tip there, so I can take off the extra fabric. Ah! Scissors. Okay, there's that. So now I can flip him. Okay. Hey, he's looking good. So this bat, the avocado bat, is named Toast. I made him the very first avocado bat I made about the same time that the millennials can't buy a home because they eat too much avocado toast. Right about that time that meme was happening. So I had some avocado fabric that was just kind of cute. I don't remember what I got it for originally. Probably it was just cute and I bought it because I wanted it, and I'm a little goblin when it comes to buying fabric. But I decided to turn him into a little bat, and then I named him Toast. Okay. Oh, so many fuzzies. So many fuzzies. Okay, so I can't stitch his wings down. I can't do the little top stitching for his wings and his body because I don't have that thread yet. But I can stuff these two. So let me move the eyeballs out of the way. Get cleaned up just a little bit. Some big frog eyeballs. Oh, maybe if I don't have anything else to do tomorrow, if I can't figure it out, I might make some more frogs. We'll see. Because I do have a couple more patterns of frogs that I want to experiment with and see how they would work. I can hang up my tools. I don't need them now. So these little guys. I am all done with my sewing machine. I need my beans. Okay. So each of these bats get beans in the body. It just gives them a little bit of weight and keeps them nice and like sitting down on their butts instead of falling over. So I just use poly pellets, which are just a little plastic bean. Woo! Don't need my scoop. I'm just using a little bit. And then I just have a little measuring spoon, and I just kind of like keep track of like of how many scoops each animal needs. So bats get 4 scoops of beans. So everybody just gets 4 scoops, fills up the bellies. squish them down a little bit. That fills them about halfway. And then I put stuffing on top of them just to kind of keep the beans in and also fill them up the rest of the way. 4. And squish the beans down. Okay. That's all the beans I need. There we go. The bats have been beaned. And then stuffing. I think that's probably too much, but that's fine. You just get a little bit of stuffing in the top. That keeps the beans from falling out, so I can basically flip them upside down and the beans all stay in place. And also fills up the body so that they're not like scrunchy up and they've got some shape and form to them. There we go. And then the faces need some stuffing. So because these little plastic safety eyes have pegs that go in, like I can wiggle the eyes around from the inside on that peg. You just have to make sure that the stuffing goes around them properly. Otherwise, they might like shift and like the eyes get kind of wobbly, which is not great. So just be careful when you're stuffing around the posts of the safety eyes there. You want the eye posts to go straight in. You don't want them to like bend like towards the fabric at all. You want it to just go straight across in. Some people will also cut down the posts, like cut them short after they are like clicked into place. You can also take like a lighter and just use fire to heat up, melt that plastic, and then squish it in place so that it doesn't go anywhere. I sometimes do that, especially when the eyes are really close together. Like if those pegs are going to hit each other. The last eyes I had, they were longer, so I would cut them down or melt them in place. These ones work just fine as they are, so I just leave them as they are there. So there's his little head there, all stuffed up. And the watermelon bat, which I still need a name for. I don't have a name for the watermelon bat. So I'm going to have to come up with something fruity, I guess. I think right now I was working with just naming the watermelon bat melon, but that's not cute and creative. Okay, there we go. Them's stuff. Or did we freeze? Oh, we might have frozen. That's cool. That's cool. I actually watched it freeze that time. That was neat. Very cool. Melanie. Oh, that would be a good name. Just Melanie. Because, yeah, it is melon. But not melon like what I'd done. Okay, there we go. Can I put their faces in place? Perfect. And then still very flat. I cannot stuff him yet just because I can, like, everything I put into him would go into the wings because it's not separated apart with stitches. So I need to stitch down right there to kind of make that body into a cup rather than the entire thing being open. But he's good for now. And I think that's where I'm going to end stream for today, just because I am hurting. So I need to go lay down and squash my back. Let's see who's out there to raid. There is somebody making little amigurumi, doing some crochet. Let's see who else. Huh. Not very many people being crafty right now. Huh. Well, let's go to maybe somebody entirely new that I've never heard of before, but is a recommended channel on the side there. So we're going to go to KB Fibers, who seems to be making a rug or a blanket. Yeah, she's making a blanket. Okay. Yes, well, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by, Panda. I will have something. I don't know what the plans are tomorrow, but I will have something to sew that is not bats. Yeah. And I hope you have a good evening. So let's see if the raid works. Cool. Okay. In that case, I can go to this. I can do that. Ha! Ha ha! Thanks for watching. Okay. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. I got 3 out of the 4 bats mostly done, minus the hand sewing, but I do that in the evenings anyways, so that wasn't part of my plan, so that's fine. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what else to say. So, yeah. Thanks, and I'll see you guys later. Bye.